Okay, let's try this again. Why are you meowing quietly?
And in reverse.
Oim.
Gurgle.
Okay. Let's try this again. Take 2. Good evening, Internet. It is now 8:17 p.m. on Thursday, November 17th, 2022. Welcome to Thursday Thanatopsis. I'm your host, Mark Emsroy, DJ Emstrack. That's Daniel. And tonight we're continuing Sunless Skies. My whole computer crashed just a minute ago, which is why we're doing this again. Yeah. Let's hope it doesn't do it this time.
Question.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Civ 6 not release Julius Caesar in March? Like, March 15th seems like the perfect time to release Julius Caesar.
That seems the perfect time to rescind Julius Caesar.
My netters, why? Yeah, let's issue a retraction on Julius Caesar.
St. Dominic Station. London's chief station, draped in Union Jacks and studded with bronze busts of her renewed majesty. The platforms crowd with people. If the throne of ours is London's heart, this is its carotid artery.
Okay. Data from last week. Bring team to Brazil, take repaired stuff to the service. Next time you're Team Brabazon seems to think.
No.
Plus, of course, your action. There was a term for those there. Oh, yeah. Folks, you have one
Done that a while ago.
second.
Secondment.
Yeah, second. The second. It's weird. That's the second for me.
I don't know.
Peppermint's the first.
Okay, well. Did that say inventive? Okay. As I was scrolling past, not really paying attention, I thought I saw the word invective.
Sounds like the first thing you run into if you come out breach.
Uh-huh.
Unless you go the other way. I think you can eventually go south instead. Looks like
Yeah.
I say pass as though these are like mountains or something. Here's something that's all constructed environment for people to live and work.
Mostly.
Also huge pipes. ridiculous pipes. They're around. Mostly ran into the storm that speaks.
Yep.
What are you supposed to do with that thing?
I don't know. Its winds buffeted me away, though, so...
Somebody will speak to it. That guy John.
Its name is John?
John's the only storm I know that speaks.
Ah. Okay.
Maybe troublemaker.
Anyway, light, please, if you would.
There you go. There's some more light.
Okay. Avid Horizon is to the south-southwest. And Mausoleum is in the south-southeast. So I should explore south. Are you okay, computer? Yeah. Captain's door is covered in knots and crosses. So, it transpires, is the rest of his cabin, his logs, and his body. In every game, the knots won. Your search turns up a few valuables, and you return to your engine. Yep. This is the second one I've been ambushed by tonight. Loot the hold. No one is keen to get close.
Sneaky.
Uncanny specimen.
Ooh, some gear.
Here. Sure. Skyfarer's grave with the tale of their journeys. Gave me a story of the heavens.
Oh yeah, you have a saying now.
Mm-hmm.
Yay. Now you can look at things.
You okay there?
Good. That's like a traditional graveyard.
The most serene mausoleum. Found it.
Ah, nice way to
Yep.
Kensington. Space King. That's Kensington.
The soaring, sepulchral heart of the most serene mausoleum. Constructed over the cooling embers of Albion's murdered sun, the mausoleum was built to house London's most glorious dead. Kensington Station is tucked into a side chapel. An elderly footman is lighting candles while waiting to guide visitors into the mausoleum proper. Footman watches you alight from your engine. He coughs meaningfully.
Gabriela says there hasn't even been much time to be ambushed.
Yeah? Lighting a fresh taper, which he carries in a silver holder, the footman leads you through a narrow arch and down a winding spiral stair.
My brain heard tape.
Tapir.
Lighting a fresh tape here. Screams. Oh, it screams.
Poor thing.
Don't.
Give him a grilled cheese sandwich. I love that picture. The tapir looks so goofy, just like, hey, what you got there? Mm-hmm. You can hear weeping close by, but the echoes make it hard to discern the source. Soon after, you hear a sharp burst of laughter and music. Occasionally, you can make out the rumble of what the footman confirms to be the London Necropolis Railroad far below. At the very bottom is an oak-paneled door. The footman unlocks the door, bows, and departs. The footman disappears into the gloom, leaving you alone facing a desk shaped like a baptismal font. A cheery registrar sits in the middle, waiting to greet you. There are protocols that must be followed in the mausoleum. She has you fill out a form indicating your profession, age, usage of hours, and to confirm your legal status as alive. The Prince Consort's tomb is exceedingly popular. To prevent congestion, donations are requested. The greater the donation, the longer you will be allowed to gaze upon the sepulchre. If one is fortunate enough to garner the attention of one of the deathless, one must be respectful and only speak when spoken to. It does not do for the living to linger long among the dead. She files away your form into an excessively large black cabinet. Soft laughter comes from a side altar, the ruffle of silk, a sudden giggle, the clatter of a falling reliquary. Visitors to the most serene mausoleum are ushered into the nave, a vast soaring vault above the heart of the mausoleum. Here, guests to the mausoleum may visit the tomb of the Prince Consort, arrange for the burial of their own dead in the catacombs, or merely enjoy the solemn environs of the Empress's monument to her departed love. Inter your aunt? It is time. She has requested shore leave at the mausoleum and means to join the Deathless.
Is that where she wanted to go? I don't
You may
remember.
pick her up again at any time, apparently. Right, a port report.
It's pulmonary valve.
The most serene mausoleum endures. The catacombs grow as the necropolis line brings more bodies for burial. Traders bring fresh hours into the mausoleum, endowments from the Empress for the Deathless interred in their vaults. Plans are in motion to add a new chapel to the nave, while the Deathless petition for a new separate station for the exclusive use of their servants. Death has never been so much in motion.
The Deathless.
She's taken over one of your nicer cabins, which she has ruthlessly redecorated. There is a preponderance of ugly ornaments balanced precariously on tiny tables. Hideous antimacassars adorn every available surface. Your aunt occupies a felt armchair in the center of the horror, where she spends her time either knitting or solving truly mind-boggling cryptic crosswords. I'm rather busy, she insists. Perhaps you'll tell her something ghoulish. Perhaps if you tell her something ghoulish, she'll pay attention to you. Good lord, are you all right? She immediately bakes you a batch of scones. She doesn't even comment on the order in which you apply the jam and the cream. I know what will cheer you up, she says briskly. I've been invited to a little soiree by Bunty. She pauses. An old school friend. I think she's head of the Deniable Constables now. You'll come with me, won't you? It'll take your mind off things. She considers for a moment. I must warn you, it's a very particular evening. Old enmities put aside, that sort of thing. It's at Carillon. Terror has fallen.
Oh my goodness, she's a quartermaster.
Uh-huh.
What are her stats relative to the other one?
She has 6 iron, 2 mirrors, and affiliation establishment and aunt's advice. And the Chiropterous Hoarder has 6 fails, 2 mirrors. Bohemia.
Wow, she's not bad to have around when you're just flying around and possibly shooting at things.
Uh-huh. She's been baking up a storm. This usually means she wants something. Just an idle thought, she says, presenting you with a new batch of sourdough loaves. She frowns at the consistency of the bread as though she expects it to get its act together sharpish. But if you wish to make use of my full arsenal of talents, you might want to grant me shore leave at the most serene mausoleum. Her eyes gleam behind her horn-rimmed spectacles. I have ideas. But if you think I'm more valuable aboard your engine, that's up to you.
That's why it says you can drop her off.
She can accumulate hours, which I already have sources of hours, so that's fine. She can stay right here, and I don't have an assigned first officer?
Oops. Yeah, I think you had like the princess or something, and she gave her some comment.
Achievement unlocked, a full complement. Why didn't I have that before?
Because I don't think you had a quartermaster or something.
Huh.
Yeah, I think you gave the princess a comment before you got assaulted by your aunt or at the back.
Okay. It emerges that your aunt is holding a tea party for those of your crew plagued with bad dreams. You're not invited. It's nothing personal, dear. They just won't feel able to speak freely if their captain can hear. You know they can always trust Auntie to keep a secret. She closes the door.
Can they, though?
Inter your Oz. Visit the memorial to the Prince Consort, most dearly beloved corpse in all Albion. The Most Serene Mausoleum was built to commemorate Her Renewed Majesty's dead love. His tomb is the heart of the mausoleum. The vaults, chapels, mourners, and courtiers, all arteries and capillaries to his memory. To visit the tomb, one must speak to the cheery registrar. Join the reverent crowds at the Prince Consort's tomb. A few sovereigns will buy you a few minutes at the sepulchre. Oh, this is just reduction of terror, of which I have very little to begin with. Which reduces a moderate amount of terror.
Diverse meats.
It is customary to leave offerings at the tomb, which are cleared away the next day.
Donate souls for a private viewing. Huh.
Her Renewed Majesty's most highly favored courtiers prefer the upper climbs of the nave, away from excitable members of the public. The Most Serene Mausoleum houses more than just the Prince Consort. Under its soaring spires, the Empress keeps her most favored courtiers. These lucky few are provided with every luxury they might wish, and a generous stipend of hours. The only condition of this bounty is that they are dead. A legality only. They cannot possess property nor hold political office as a result. They are the deathless. Occasionally, they deign to appear to visitors. Speak with the macabre counselor, entertain a request from the macabre counselor, an invitation, speak with the dismal chamberlain, make a donation to the upkeep of the mausoleum. Well, the only one of those I can do right now. She is a former lady of the bedchamber and governess to at least some of Her Renewed Majesty's children. Mortality is a preoccupation of hers.
So these people are very much alive, but they're legally dead.
Counselor advances through the nave like an old spider trespassing on a rival's web. Her dark eyes dart and her fingers curl and twitch. She notices your gaze and approaches lazily. A footman moves to intercept, but she holds up a hand. He pales and retreats. She begins by quoting Keats at you, Ode to a Nightingale. She surmises you've encountered death in the skies, known its easeful touch on your cheek. She proceeds thusly for some minutes, lingering on each crewman fallen, each cold burial in the dark. And then she smiles suddenly and bids you a pleasant day. I've gained favor and terror. The scent of burning incense wafts by. The Duchess Incarnadine is abroad today. There we go. The cheery registrar gives you a note and a worried smile. The macabre counselor has requested your attendance, an honor rarely granted the legally living. Several footmen are on hand to escort you from the nave and through the oak-paneled doors that lead down into the catacombs of silence, where the macabre counselor resides. Black candles burn in silver candelabras, fading tapestries molder on the walls. In glass cabinets, bones of saints and sinners are displayed with gloomy relish. The macabre counselor is in a maudlin mood, regaling you with stories of her youth and musing wistfully on past regrets. I have only one worth mentioning, my daughter. The Empress saw fit to take her from me as a punishment, I suppose. She could be terribly petty, could Vicky? She examines you speculatively. I wish to have my daughter returned to me. Fulfill this commission, and I shall bequeath upon you a great reward. You are partial to a good reward. It occasionally gets you into trouble. The counselor waves a claw-like hand and turns her attention to an elaborate embroidery of skulls. Sure. Let's try it. She is hostage at Perdurance, kept to ensure my discretion. She hands you several charcoal sketches of her daughter. a pretty, presumptuous heiress with dark eyes, and a curly lock of her brown hair. I have an agent in place to assist, and to conceal my daughter's escape. You will need invitations to access the half-light mask to effect the rescue. I have only 3 to hand. It is likely you will need to secure more. Your mind returns to her use of the word hostage. An odd choice. Perdurance is said to be a place of endless delights, where the children of society's elite dally in luxury. Surely it shouldn't be too much trouble to rescue one spoiled, presumptuous heiress from the lap of opulence, even if it is, as it were, the Empress's lap. You've gained 3 invitations to Perdurance.
Huh. It's a gilded cage.
Mm-hmm. Speak with the Dismal Chamberlain. The Chamberlain presides over the affairs of the mausoleum. He has seniority of the sepulchre and rarely meets with visitors. Your attempts to meet with the Chamberlain are met with relentless obfuscation. His secretary reschedules the meeting 8 times, eventually arranging it for 6 days ago. You even try waiting all day outside the Chamberlain's office, but he does not appear. His duties include regulation of time in the mausoleum, where the deathless wallow in generous pensions of hours. However, the clocks are not keeping the same time. Has something happened? Finally, you manage to corner the engraved mourner and press him for answers. The Chamberlain is no longer in residence, he replies curtly. We don't dwell on the matter. We suggest you follow suit. You have lost favor. I need the literature for something else. The Deathless do not lack for time. They do, however, lack for diversion. Fresh reading material is valued high here, a glimpse of a world left far behind. Which what?
The invitation.
Yeah, half that one. This one. You need 3 favors bestowed, and more time must pass. And that one is just more time must pass.
Also, what is it about this place being built on the holy embers of the murdered sun?
Mm-hmm.
What happened to the sun?
You unlocked this with 13 crew. You needed 13 at most. What?
Nothing accepts remains or mementos of the dead. Ah, okay, so if you have like missing crew, I think. At least in the last crew, I think?
Maybe? Let's see what it says. The Cherry Registrar adopts an expression of practiced solemnity and calls for a footman. The footman asks a number of questions about the crew member: name, occupation, beer or niche, candles and how often, flowers and what variety. Eventually he is satisfied and leads you and those of your crew closest to the deceased into the catacombs of the mausoleum. You are guided to a vast tomb where candles have been lit and the scent of lilies is strong. Your crew member is interred in a small drawer in one wall of many. Here your crew member, or some part of them at least, will remain, at last at rest. You're briefly without terror. Okay. So it's an expensive but effective way of reducing terror. Contemplate the dead sun. Let's see if I can respec for mirrors first. I don't have a lot of mirrors anymore.
Yeah, tough to do without either Sigmund and the princess.
Yeah. Oh
A
well.
lot of your mirrors.
60% is better than even odds, so let's try it. Good. Smoke still rises from the sun's smoldering core. The wound that slew it is clearly visible, a great rent torn in one side. Star stuff, long since cooled to the color of coal, spills into the sky. When Her Majesty entered Albion, she slew the sun with an experimental weapon, an unclear bomb. She then claimed the sun's throne and dominion. Leaving the remains here is a clear message. Not even the suns are above the Empire's reach.
Huh.
I need more favor to investigate the Chamberlain. Don't have enough academe affiliation to do that. And more time must pass. It would not be wise to gaze at the sun again so soon. As you're staring at the sun. Wait, don't I already have some? No, I didn't. Okay. Don't really need more thirsty bombazine. Sable liveried footmen are cutting up vast rolls of midnight fabric for sale. These are the cast-offs from the macabre counselor's latest tableau, rejected for being insufficiently direful. Hey, we can buy stained glass here.
Ah, cool.
Buy a couple more fuel, and then...
Something to keep one on board to scale that one speed at a time.
Okay. Let's set out again. I'm not dead. I'm still trying to get it.
There it is down there.
That you really believe in something. But you can't escape, so Whoa. That's a horror.
Yes, that's it.
Yeah. As
Down
I'm
there.
staring at the sun. Whoa. Pay your respects. Just to deal with the terror. Resurrectionist. They do not appear to care about me. They're only worried about that cantankerity, I think. Nope, they're firing at me.
Well, they can go
Do what? Come on, computer. Stop being janky.
yeah, they can go down that.
I have not heard that phrase before. Crisp nonsense. Computer, please.
Recently,
Huh. Say, those look familiar.
hospital being sued for
Near the ends of the living sky.
director says Southern Council. What is running in the background and why does it think it's so important?
Nothing, as far as I know. I think it might just... Given Given the way my computer's been behaving lately, I think DirectX might just be, like, on its last legs or something. The stair to the sea.
So what, you think you need to reinstall DirectX or something?
I have no idea.
Or like a recent DirectX update happened and broke things?
Maybe. I've heard that AMD is just really bad at making video drivers. So, like, I don't know, maybe I need to find some custom drivers somewhere? Maybe someone else fixed the problem? I don't know.
Too bad Nvidia's imploding for other reasons.
I've heard about that, but I don't know the specifics of it. What's going on with them?
Oh man, I don't fully remember, but
Like, I remember hearing something about, like, what is it, the 4080 being kind of garbage?
yeah, they've kind of effed around and found they've lost friends. It's not good. Like they're basically showing AMD their broadside.
Hmm. And AMD is completely fumbling it.
Possibly not. AMD might be working on the appropriate weapon to take advantage of this.
Yeah.
But it's very unfortunate that their software side seems to fall into the toilet.
Yeah, I have heard that their Unix drivers are actually, like, completely fine. It's specifically their Windows drivers that suck ass.
So it's potentially Microsoft's fault.
Or at least the AMD programmers who interface with Microsoft stuff. Microsoft interfaces.
Yeah, AMD kept like undercutting their resellers. Or not AMD, but Nvidia.
Huh.
Because you know how like you've got
like the Founders Edition, which is made by them, and then
exactly.
Yeah.
So you've got like the Hourus and stuff like that.
Uh-huh.
Like that. You've got the Founders Edition, and the Founders Edition kept undercutting the others. And also, they were just like really mistreating their business partners. On top of the shenanigans of the Founders Edition.
I mean, you'd think that since the Founders Edition was basically no bells and whistles, that it wouldn't matter if they sold that for less, that any other ones that you could get would be better, you know, in some way.
Still mostly the same card.
Mostly.
The only bells and whistles you get are like
better cooling,
lighting and cooling.
more. I think more RAM. It's just like the number of cores that the number and architecture of the cores remains the same, and potentially clock speed too. I know you can get them overclocked.
Yeah, I know mine's overclockable.
I mean, hell, my old video card was stock overclocked, which I had to underclock it in order to play FF14 without crashing. I had to turn it back to stocks, like to original spec speed, because DirectX 11. That's a thing it didn't like. Alright. The stair to the sea. A narrow ledge is lodged into the ice here.
Maybe it's DX9.
A narrow ledge is lodged into the ice here. A stair, thin as a shaft of starlight, plunges into the mists below. This is the stairway down to the flotilla, a makeshift raft of broken and abandoned ships, home to the similarly broken and abandoned. All came through with the avid horizon, but were forbidden, for legal reasons, from entering Albion. The nearby home office keeps them contained here. Left thus to their own devices, they have formed cults. Descend the stair, board the flotilla. Board the flotilla. It is considered polite to bring an offering. Food or fuel is preferable, but anything that can be eaten or burnt for warmth would suffice.
Forbidden for legal reasons from entering Albion.
Mm-hmm.
What?
The winds rattle the iron railings as though trying to throw you from the stair into the churning sea hundreds of feet below. You cleave hard to the block of ice, its chill on your cheek, as you make the slow descent. Your fingers are thoroughly frozen by the time you reach the bottom and stand on the rusted iron platform that marks the beginning of the flotilla. The sea all around is shrouded in rolling mist. You can make out boats nearby, bobbing forlornly in the freezing water. Some are roped together, others set apart. Lights speckle the water. Cultists still dwell in at least some of the old steamships. This platform is deathly silent, however. No one is here to greet you. Leave an offering. The sea is peopled with forgotten and the abandoned. It is customary to leave an offering at the flotilla for help, for hope, for home. Perhaps someone will come to collect it. At the height of its powers, the Home Office processed tens of thousands of petitioners seeking entry to Albion. Some were rejected or left to seek appeals or help from Albion, caught in limbo between the office and the gate. Here at the edge of the horizon, in the shadow of the winged statues, detainees leave offerings, prayers and messages to the world left behind, supplications to the cultists that dwell on the quiet sea. Supralapsarians? In the Cult of Saints. A body the sea does not forgive. Unlocked when you do not have entirely displeased. Unlocked when you do not have an initiate of the displeased. Let's leave some fuel, because that's what we have more of. Your stokers glare mutiny, but they comply. Coke is brought from your boilers, ground and sprinkled into the water. It sifts through your fingers like grains of falling sand. There is no land here, and no light. The sea all around is shrouded in rolling mist. You can make... Oh, I saw that. Sit in contemplation. There's little else to do here. Why are you here? At the edge of the horizon, on an all but empty flotilla, far from the place where you were born, no way back, if you even wanted to return. How many waited for the gate to open? How many came through, unable to go further? Unable to return? Where are they now? Are there any still there? You'd need to fly to the gate itself to find out. The water burbles. You see your face emerge in the sea below, visible through the mist. A figure in a hooded cloak steps out of the mists. Your sacrifice was most perspicient. The man lowers his hood to reveal a scarred and ruddy face. His eyes twinkle like falling suns. You've been watching from the flotilla. We all agree your offering was worthy. Worthy to seek the names of the saints with us. If you wanted to learn a truth of the gate, that is. He produces a battered flask from his coat. I've taken the liberty of bringing the unguent, should you wish to join us. Ask about the cult of the sanctified. Who are these people, and what do they want with you? We are but humble acolytes of the saints. They came among us long ago, before we departed for the skies in our folly. Most abandoned them, but we pray to let them know that not all have forgotten their names. The jolly anchorite sighs, gazing out on the mists. Perhaps they'll even rejoin us if enough learn their names and recite them here at the gate.
What, the old gods of the sea?
Sure, why not? First you must learn words and stuff your mouth full of them. They shall prepare you to know the names. I anoint your head with chrism and press my thumb to your lips. for you are hungry for sacral flesh. You briefly taste dead skin and salt. In the beginning was the Word, and the Word was made writing. The Lord said, Go forth and multiply. Sin flourishes in silence, but is washed away by the multiplication of words. Open. Wider, please. Parchment is stuffed into your mouth.
Yeah, literally. Sheesh.
The jolly anchorite beams. Not too hard, was it? You have learned the first name and met our saint of inks. Our brethren are just this way. Mists roll in, gray as unwashed ghosts. Starlight washes in like a tide. Speak to the silent mystic. Her wheel is accessible by a flimsy rope ladder rising up through the mists. She is rarely disturbed by the other acolytes, though they watch her intently. The woman lies on the wheel, her eyes on the looming shadows of the gate. She does not bother to look your way as you reach the top of the ladder. Rotting fruits, dried flowers, and tarnished nameplates lie ignored at the edge of the wheel. We're new here. Perhaps she'll find that interesting. She rolls back her head to gaze at you. Her mouth twitches downward. A hand lolls listlessly in your direction. I do not sense the hunger of the true ascetic in you. Where the name, the knife, where the book? Begone and waste not my time. Her eyes roll back. Return when you have learned something. If one of the cults claims you as their own full initiate, then I might be interested in speaking to you.
Lose your mind. Join a cult. I think that was one of the taglines of maybe this game or the previous one. Maybe the first one.
Here, among abandoned boats on the quiet sea, the similarly abandoned and forgotten of Albion have made their homes. The cults share this place, for warmth and for shelter. Some boats are covered, others converted into makeshift anchorages, refectories, and cells. Hopeful acolytes flock to one ecstatic figure or another, raving about this doctrine or that. Your new friends are one cult among three. The Sanctified, the loose collection of souls who follow the jolly anchorite, are communal, fraternal, jovial. The supralapsarians, who follow the illuminating archivist, do everything by their book when they can agree upon the interpretation. The displeased treat distrust as a virtue, and betrayal as a sacrament. A woman is lying on a wheel that sits atop a pole that rises over the flotilla. She does not speak, but only watches the gate. Every acolyte has a favored spot in the flotilla to take their kip. The politics of one's sleeping arrangements are complicated here. Because you were selected by one of the leaders of the mystics to uncover their sacred mysteries, you may sleep where you like. Everyone is eager to see what you choose. There isn't much to do here. A cozy berth near an open hearth seems the place that the what were they called? The Sanctified, which is who I attracted with my sacrifice, so yeah. A member of the Sanctified invites you to join them. Their berth is small, like a coffin covered in blankets. The evening passes in clouds of smoke, so that all of your clothes reek of the bonfire. You wake a good deal more familiar with some of your fellow acolytes than you had been before. Oh my. One sec. I'll be right back.
Lungs. Lungs swell.
That's top of lung.
It says lung swell.
Yeah. On rising, there is singing. For some, a morning chorus. For others, a lament. Lungs swell. Flotilla's dwellings are made of broken boats and battered carpentry. Mists, luminous and sinuous, snake through the gaps. Voices carry on the breeze. Each could be just beside you or on stood on a distant deck. Here there are no echoes, and the sky swallows all songs. All sing nonetheless. What do you sing of? Of life, the riot and revel of it. There is stamping, there is roaring, there is chanting. Chests are pounded and throats bellow. You sing of consumption, of having, of being, of sharing and being shared. You have pleased the sanctified. At this hour, the acolytes purge themselves of their sins. Confessions are to be given and to be received. You are expected to take part. The acolyte smiles as you kneel in front of her. A bowl of salt water is between you. You do not speak to each other, but to the water, which will drown your secrets. Your eyes meet in the bowl. Her smile widens in encouragement. I suppose that one still fits best, if I'm to continue currying favor with the sanctified. Oh, no.
Oops.
The acolyte frowns. Your heart betrays you. It teaches you a lesson. Listen to it. Our innermost selves are the worst traitors of us all. Against that betrayal, there is only one defense: self-denial. Once you enter the cycle of betrayal and betrayal in turn, you will begin to understand. She leans in to whisper her own confession to the bowl. You have not actively upset the displeased. No, that's fine. I don't think that hurt my standing with the sanctified.
Yes or not? Looks like you just took a confession from someone who was among those beasts. Or something like that.
What will you do with the confession you've heard? Supralepsarians have elaborate rituals surrounding confessions. The other acolytes have mimicked their example and used this hour to keep or betray the confessions they recently heard. Whatever you do here may already have been done to you. Okay, I kind of like this just for the what was that island?
Oh, right, that one.
Yeah. Although that feels like Supralepsarians again. But sure. Yep. You follow other acolytes in choosing a flimsy wooden mask: bat, fox, cat, or bear. It denotes that you carry a confession and are available to hear others. You promenade about the decks, clutching candles as you go. Darkness falls over the flotilla. It is an hour for candles. You are not spoken to by the Supralepsarians. You have not been introduced. At the end of the day, the acolytes gather for a feast. If you are cynical, you might suggest this was the only reason the sects banded together. Makeshift tables are laid with the fruits of the quiet sea. Some acolytes have spent their days on the waves, fishing for whatever blind, writhing things count as fish here. Others forage for preserved food from the forgotten ships. Still others range farther, among engine wrecks and refuse of the Bureau. Wisely rationed, there is enough for one such feast every week or so. How will you dine?
Gusto.
With gusto. A fork in each hand, you abandon yourself to your appetites. The tablecloth runs with wine and juices, as do your clothes and your chin. You eat as if famished. Religion is hungry work. The sanctified look on admiringly. There are candles lit for you, and wine spilled for you, and meat carved for you. As the other cultists are departing, your friends among the sanctified bid you join them. They promise a reward. You are brought to the cabin of some long-gone captain. It is stuffed full of pewter goblets, faded newspapers, tattered finery, and plundered jewelry. The horde of the lost, the jolly anchorite roars as he sees you. Come, the mystic has honored us with her presence, having been taken with our rites and mysteries. Tonight, she drinks with us. A chorus of cheers goes up from the gathered sanctified. The silent mystic looks up from her cup with a red-stained grin. The evening is long and held entranced by the mystic's long, incoherent stories of the fall of kings. When at last she is done, she gives you a donation of hours. Stolen when I fled, she tells you before turning away. He approached you to initiate you into his following. Has he more mysteries for you to uncover? A jolly anchorite has made his home in a huge shell dredged from the depths of the sea. He roars as you approach, "Come to receive more learning. If you wish to know our mysteries, you must learn the names of the saints. As you progress in our rituals, the names shall be revealed to you." He claps you heartily on the back. Very few know all the names. I myself have lost some of them. Okay, so apparently I have to come back to that another time, and I need more drink. One moment.
What's the thing on the left?
That is...
Okay, so it's so the overarching quality and the sub-quality between.
Okay, well, I should come back when I am well stocked on fuel and supplies to try this some more, but for now, I think I'm going to move on. There appears to be nothing over there. You leave the flotilla, emerging back onto the ice and silence of the quiet sea. A few acolytes watch you leave, perhaps someone waves, and then the winds drown all sound and the flotilla is behind you. Perhaps you'll return. Once, thousands spilled through from the world you left behind. Now it is half submerged, and there have been no newcomers in more than a year. Your crew plead with you to stay.
6 hours to appease the burrow below.
You have not earned the wrath of the burrower below.
Okay, so if you annoy the burrower below in some manner, like, say, stealing an offering like Caroline,
Mm-hmm.
second hours here at the horizons, and you get rid of that.
Yep, 5 hours. Mm-hmm. Once, oh yeah, just 92% chance of success.
What is this?
Success. The air is still and frigid. Your teeth chatter. Ice floes drift by in the mists. The gate is far from the flotilla. Your breath freezes in the air. A little craft loosely moored to the rest appears serviceable. Oars nest in the berth. You cut the rope and jump in, pushing out into the mist. The gate rises like a sepulchre. Its statues, twin cowled figures, raise their wings in an arch. The gate between the statues is agate, the color that remains when all other colors are devoured. It is sealed, sarcophagus tight. When you touch it, it sears your fingers with the bitterest cold. It will not open for you. This is the end of the sky. You can go no further.
Huh. So there's no visiting the Z, I see.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I remember right, something happened to the Z when London departed, but I don't know what.
Well, I can tell that Victoria got tired of dealing with everyone's crap
Mm-hmm.
and learned time magic, apparently. Hacked a unclear bomb at the sun.
Yeah, which would definitely have displeased the Bazaar, which makes me wonder if that's the messenger corpse that we encountered in the Reach.
Yeah, the Bazaar had a message for the sun that it didn't seem to want to deliver.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it kept stealing cities.
Mm-hmm.
It wanted to keep the stone pigs asleep for as long as it could get away with it. And I don't really remember why.
Ah, now I can. That's all there is here.
So apparently, that Iron Challenge is just 15 Terror for 5 Sky Stories.
Mm-hmm. I think it was 3 Sky Stories. But still. Mm-hmm. Drive, Spencer. Yeah, no, there's a rock in the way. You can't hit it. Yeah, y'all fight each other. Cool, I'm just gonna let that happen. Y'all have fun. Home Bureau. The Avid Horizon consists of 3 parts. The home office, clinging to a pillar of ice, the gate through which Londoners entered the sky, flanked by its towering statues, and the quiet sea, whose waters are home to those left behind. Approaching the Avid Horizon, the very edge of the high wilderness. The border between now and then, here and there, the skies and earth. The few lonely buildings of the port face the gate of the Avid Horizon. Bordered by 2 vast winged statues, the gate towers over the shrouded sea that divides the port and the gate. The other side of the gate opens far beneath the earth, on the bleak shore of a subterranean sea. London rested there for a while Her Majesty was indisposed with grief. A handful of years ago, though, she led an exodus of Londoners through the Avid Horizon and into the sky. You were among them. Do you remember how you came to this place? Skies were full of opportunity. Had you lived enough upon the Zee? Your appetites fulfilled and your curiosity sated. Beyond the horizon was a horizonless place. There was a sky more sunless. You took what crew would follow you into weirder waters, and turned your engine north. Her renewed Majesty had opened the door to the high wilderness to establish an empire among the stars. You would find your place there. Weeks later, through the northern ice and the dark beneath the world, you reached the gate. Its statues loomed like giants. The door was open, and the space within was filled with suns and stars and light. The Home Office occupies a stately, albeit crumbling, manor house on the edge of an icy precipice, high above the quiet sea. Once, thousands passed through its elegant halls on their way into Albion. The gate is closed now, though, and has been for over a year. No one comes through, and no one leaves. Now only a skeleton crew staffs it, and only a handful of incomers remain, stuck here, waiting for pardons or permissions that never came. Her renewed Majesty has a long memory. I'll compile a port report first. The few bureaucrats stationed at the Avid Horizon for one departmental sin or another reside in desperate melancholy. Those detained within the fated confines of the Bureau are almost reconciled to their fate, listlessly hoping for a reprieve from London that will likely never come. Beyond the Bureau, the sea in the sky lingers like morning mist. Exiles dwell there on tethered ships strung together, dwarfed by the eternal and uncaring statues that mark the gate to a home that cannot be returned to.
Oh, okay. I was like, why do you have business here?
Mm-hmm. Best let him get it, whatever it might be, out of his system. The devil bows as he departs your engine. I promise you that I will not regret this, he says. As he opens the doors to the Bureau, he hands the acting senior probator his hat. Take this, will you? He looks about him with a cool glare. There are going to be some changes around here. The door swings shut behind him.
Oh boy. Someone's doing something evil.
The devil has intimated he has improvements in mind for the Home Bureau.
He's not turning anyone's lugs into glass.
He is not concerned about the objections of current staff, and has requested shore leave to put his plans into motion. This place, he tells you, sipping a cocktail of honey and wine, is a testament to the folly of honest work. I intend to prove it. What are you doing here exactly? The air is heavy with smoke and absinthe fumes. The detainees and the office workers are lost in a fug of booze and narcotics. A fug?
Oh, fug!
The devil reclines on a couch, smiling. Just an experiment. I have a few requests. I've sent them to London. Things we could do with here to keep everything flowing nicely. In time, we might have a few things here that you could buy. Wouldn't that be nice? Several new prospects and bargains are unlocked.
Does that include one here?
Yep, I can deliver those two. Munitions. Well, they're cheap. And I have space.
Doleful fence.
Yeah, I remembered that one.
Davy's dust. It's not like these are even illegal.
Yep. That's illegal. No, it's not.
Maybe the ordinance would be contraband, but it's not. Well, you know, there's tea.
Yep.
It's like we're in Space England.
Actually, you know what? Let's just go ahead and buy it now. And then get one more supplies, since that's all they sell here that I need.
It's practically fossilized. It's pretty dry for tea.
Protocol is everything when it comes to dealing with London's bureaucracy, even at this outpost, especially at this outpost. The acting senior probator is responsible for monitoring all those trapped at the Home Office, the detainees forbidden entry to Albion with no way back through the gate. He sits behind a little desk in the echoing hallway of the manor. He keeps 3 things on his desk: a wind-up clock and 2 battered mugs. He surveys you coolly. You're welcome to take a look around, though we have precious little in the way of diversions. Have you been out to the flotilla? I must ask you not to pay too much attention to the cultists, and if you have not, I'd recommend staying away. There are good reasons they were never allowed into Albion. Clock sounds. The acting senior probator startles and checks his watch. He tuts. Early.
Yeah, how is there a sea in the sky?
Can there be a sea in the
Look at
sky?
it.
A satisfactory scientific answer has yet to be presented. Theories have sprouted like mushrooms in its place. Some say that when the gate was opened, the Untersee spilled through, filling the sky like a leaky tap fills a sink, until Her Majesty's government was able to plug it. Others believe the sea to be variously the effluvia of the murdered sun, amniotic fluid to support the generation of a new sun, the fault of the Royal Society, an industrial accident covered up by one of the work worlds, the tears of Her renewed Majesty for her dead prince. To reach the sea now, one must travel to the stair to the sea, along the ice shelf from the Home Office.
Well, it definitely wasn't the Z spelling. It shouldn't have been the Z spelling in, because that horizon was... The gate was visibly a few meters above sea level. In fact, there was one crazy guy that went through it.
Wonder if we can find him somewhere.
That was like seen as an evil act.
Yeah, I wonder if he's anywhere out here.
And a little snow boy paddles west.
Tea. There's always time here. The Home Office supplements its meager funds with a haphazard tea room, open for the occasional visitor. Sure. Steeped and stewed, the tea has lingered in the Home Office for a very long time. An elderly detainee leans in conspiratorially, much better than a few years back. It's improved with age, matured. The detainee is quickly shuffled away so that you can enjoy your tea in peace. A little expensive as far as terror solutions go, but, you know, for the convenience, it's not bad. Once a brilliant astronomer in the Royal Society, now consigned here in his dotage, he watches the gate. The prudent observer is out on the observation deck, telescope in hand. He waves at you through the fog. Coming closer, you notice his table of logbooks. Date back to 1898. Those tallies mark people coming in. He leafs through a few pages to 1902, where sheaf after sheaf is revealed to be blank bar the dates. Wasted pages. Return in 15 days to see more. Excitement fills the white plastered chambers. Someone has brought in ginger biscuits.
Crunchy.
Okay. Yep, I'll be able to do those after time has passed.
Chicken West. I wonder if there's anything to do with the devil that you've unleashed. Check your officers.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, good. I want to make sure it didn't leave you, like, unequipped in terms of signalers.
Yeah. Okay. For the sake of supplies and fuel, I should probably cut back across to the mausoleum, just to be safe, so I don't get caught out anywhere. Found the places that I was looking for on this outing, and what are those guys? What are those long noses?
She only needs the one. What is this for? Navigate itself.
Yep.
Ding.
Two vast winged statues guard the avid horizon, the door through which Londoners passed from beneath into the wilderness. It does not open. A wooden mooring post has been hammered into the ice before the watchers. It is a gesture towards a tradition from before the wilderness, from a sunless sea, when the condemned could beg for forgiveness on the most distant shore. What might you find on this bleak waste? This was only ever a place to pass through, never a destination. Bitter cold rimes every surface. A merciless wind passes without effort through even your skysuit, your flesh, your lungs. You will not stay here long. Check the pillar for confessions. What lies beneath its frozen coat? You pick scraps of paper from the post, a fragmentary catalog of sin. Each describes a crime, a betrayal, but nothing new to you. The London press has already chewed through these events with relish. The brutalities make for grim reading all the same, but one remorse-filled confession of murder swears it'll never hurt a person again. Perhaps that is, in some way, a comfort. I didn't expect it to send me right back into...
No. This was an opportunity to see what they do with that one. Oh, hey, yes!
Yeah. Convenient, but yeah, I think I'd rather, rather get somewhere that's somewhere. Oh. And the enterprise of Albion does not rest. Its skies are littered with abandoned construction, Derelict factories from its earliest foundation, homes that have yet to be lived in, workshops for industries that proved irrelevant in the heavens. Here is a tenement of empty housing that has never been occupied. It rests quietly beneath a blanket of dust. Yeah, stay and recover. That odd, that less than even odds on that, I don't think is worth the risk. Be once more without terror. For a night, the crew can forget that they live on a cramped engine amidst the stars. Instead, they enjoy some small luxuries. The fact that they don't have to stoop to get through doors, and having enough rooms that they needn't share. They light fires in the grates and pretend for a while that they live ordinary lives. Oh, there's the storm that speaks again. Yep. Pretty sure. Mm-hmm. Appears to be, at least. Well, I mean, it could be. I'm not actually sure. But I still don't trust those wells. You know? Yeah, that's the story.
That almost smoky smell that all the balls went
I wouldn't describe it as smoky, but there is kind of a smell of cold.
I don't get smoky into that.
I mean, the only smokiness I ever notice is when someone has a fire in their chimney.
Oh, there's dingus.
Dingus? Oh, you're right. I do have the vertical clips. It's the cannery that I dropped.
I can't believe you understood why I really get dingus.
Oh, it's just...
It's not.
Yeah, it's just salvage.
Come on, guess.
It's fine. We're really close to the mausoleum.
What's the thing you can burn for me to get out there? Is that what the option still?
I forget. I think it's something like that. You scrape through the supplies looking for stuff you can burn.
Those folks can have their little pedal.
Mm-hmm.
We'll just be going. Is empty as executioner's butt.
Here stands a chimneyed factory dating to Albion's foundation, and long since abandoned to the rats and the mold. What? That makes sense.
Because we're in Space England.
Uh-huh. Sounds familiar.
I've heard, I'll be gone, I'll be on, I'm no longer your fool. cool.
Nice. Sure, let's try it. Yay. What's this? Hidden beneath a tarpaulin in a dripping cellar is a smuggler's cache. Firkins of red honey stamped with the mark of the midnight rose. Be warned, carrying contraband across regions or into a central station risks attracting the attention of the revenue men. I'll take the experience. Because I don't even... That, and I don't know what I would do with red honey anyway, besides get into trouble.
I think one of the officers wanted it for the next stage of their thing.
You might be right.
Someone...
It was probably the devil. It was probably the devil. 100 experience. You adjust the tarpaulin to leave it exactly as you found it, close the cellar door, and repair the lock as best you can. No one should know you were here. Oh, and there's another thing.
Oh, there's the... Yeah?
Yep.
Those are weird in this world.
Mm-hmm. Oh boy. Nope. HML, this too shall pass. I dodged exactly the wrong way. Phew. Yeah. Okay, maybe I should have. Uh-huh. Ow. Yeah. Ah. Oh, they're nearly dead, though.
So are you.
Yeah.
Where you're going to anyway.
Right in here.
Just to get that info.
Need 3 more of those. And nothing new there. Okay, fuel. 1, 2, 3. which means back to London to repair.
Also trade a story thing for Wheelchair.
It's a uncanny specimen. Here we go. 3 uncanny specimens. The Cherry Registrar gives you a vibrant smile. Your specimens are placed in a safe under the Registrar's desk, which is swiftly locked. The smile never falters. You are led to the chapel where the Prince Consort is housed. Crowds throng around the tomb, leaning over the sturdy iron railings for a better look. You are directed to a balcony up a small spiral stair. From your elevated position above the crowds, you can make out the serene features of the prince's effigy, gazing up from his tomb as though at the stars. You can also make out a little door just behind the tomb, locked and barred.
King of Tin Portals inquires, what happened to your face?
What happened to my face? I'm
In the dark?
in the dark. I play in the dark when it's spooky, which this game rather is. Not like the same kind of spooky as most horror games, but it's a mood thing. This appears to be a necropolis.
Thanks, story.
Yep, Sky Story. Or, take a glimpse of the heavens, rather. That's a Marauder. Could probably take him, but I'm not going to risk it. Fuel. I'll take it. Come on, computer.
Hey, come on, types.
Hong Kong. Nicholas Hart.
Nice. It keeps giving you 69 experience for everything.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize that guy could go away so much. Simon's Nest.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna have to fight Simon.
Hello, my name is Simon. I like to do drawings. What you looking at me, bum? Peter, please. This is not a difficult game. Why are you choking so bad? The Ministries. So that's... yeah. The bookkeeper reads the report swiftly, makes a few notations, then files them deeply in his haystack of financial records. There we go. Glass to Whirlberry. 5 panes of stained glass. I know where I can get that now, at least. I have not yet found Whirlberry Juxtamare yet, though. Which I probably should if I'm going to be an elected official from there.
Yeah, it's probably by the sea.
Probably. Except west-southwest of London puts it nowhere near the sea that we just found.
Yeah, it's like by AC.
DC?
No.
Well, why not? At the Clockwork Sun and the Mausoleum, and often salvaged from deranged dreadnoughts. I've tried fighting those before. No thanks. Not yet, anyway.
You need bigger guns.
I do need bigger guns. Get my own juggernaut. With blackjack.
And the gun that's bigger.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I could afford that.
Bigger guns.
Yeah.
I think you wanted one that was not as gunny.
Yeah.
You still had like a big gun, but it didn't have the extra.
Yeah. I don't think it's one that's available here. Ultimately, I'd like to find one with, like, a lot of utility slots.
3, for instance.
Yeah. 3 would be excellent. 4 would be even better. But that might be asking too much. Oh, I already had some of that.
Yeah, you got some literature, and you even have a pane of glass.
Yeah. Because, yeah, I didn't finish my delivery to Avid Horizon. I could try and scout a slightly different route there. Also pick up some nostalgic crockery. I know I've seen that somewhere around here. I think we saw it at the Work World, and also probably for sale here. No? Okay. Yes.
This is Space England. There's tea.
Mm-hmm. It's tea sets and the like.
Kettles, cups, and those little plates. China's a long way from here.
One of those out. I will see if crockery is still on sale at the place. Pick up however many of those I need. Because I think it was either here or here. I forget which. Let's take a look at this one as I go. See if this is in fact a way through or just there is a way through here. Well, sort of. Laidlaw's Coffee House. Ah! Whoa! That's a railgun. can go on with this, can't I? Do sell crockery. I think I will check the other place first to see if they have a bargain on crockery. Then if not, and if they don't have it at all, just... Oh, my legs. Authentic Brabazon China. Horn blares, the factory doors creak open. Those work welders lucky enough to have reached the end of their service blink in the light. Oh yeah, this one. 24% chance of success. Ugh. Well, I guess I'll recruit then. Full crew. Two Sky Stories. Are you one of our donors? No? My mistake. The Overseer tuts at the list in their hands. All our major donors have expressed a wish to see the result of their good works. It's too much to ask that they arrive on time. Bloody Rich, abruptly aware that you have not moved on, she blanches. That was a joke. Please don't mention it. Cape sliding off their left shoulder, the hair tied just so, the not remotely discreet eyebrow raise whenever you meet their eye. They match the description the revolutionaries gave you. They demand a complicated handshake before they'll hand you a carriage clock. Same deal as on the tour. I stole you a pocket of time myself. Make good use of it. As they turn to smile innocently at another Overseer, they shove you towards a maintenance hatch. Get through there, and someone will take you the rest of the way. How can I assist? Alright, they needed tea. Well, that was one of the things on sale there.
Tea to Brabazon.
That's right. Report. Here we go. Wait, ministry stamped permit for... Oh. I don't have a lot of those. Let's return to the bit between for now. By the time you're back at the bit between, your shoulders are covered with orange soot. An Overseer extends a soft brush to clean you off. Shops. Bazaar. below. So now I can assist and deliver some tea. It's as good as currency. We want some of the newer overseers on side. It would be useful to remind them where they came from. The workers are unhappy. They realize this isn't fair, but they cannot yet see the opportunities for change.
Excellent. Pressure system more flexible and less suspicious than the antidote.
We can use this to bring out the virtues in some overseers and the vices in others. Both will be useful. Chorister nectar now. Reverberant activist only smiles. Bring some and you will see. But to keep them able to shout for longer. Supply per... Okay, I guess I'll give up my ministry stamped permit for that. I can get more of those later. Ideal. We have to get into Little Nice. This may allow us to do so. There are some overseers I used to know who got promoted out of reach, but they owe me, and I'll be able to remind them of the debt. The leader grins again fiercely. His youthful assistant quails, but says nothing. The workers are angry. They cry out for liberation. Okay. Oh. Supply permits and chorister nectar, of which I have neither.
So 2 nectar, right?
What?
2 nectar.
Yes. Next is the floating parliament. Is that what you call in flight? What? Well, I suppose that wouldn't be floating so much as soaring. Beats the party parabola? Oh. Oh dear, ignoring you. Another one of those crazed dreadnoughts. You're just sitting there. souls. Okay. Oh.
Black Rock.
How many of these? 3. 1, 2, 3. Go ahead. Well. Your aunt examines the scone with professional distaste. I suppose one shouldn't complain, she mutters, but marches off to have a quiet word with the baker. Anyway, you eat the slightly stale scone, complete with lashings of jam and clotted cream. Forward. Observe the professional protest. Or perpetual protest. Protest. Okay, Sky Story. That's all I have for now. So, yes. I'll revisit the places I've been before, maybe taking slightly different routes to reveal more.
The lords were escorted to the mausoleum.
Very biggest of bins. Ooh. Oops. Nope. It's fine. Success. Sky Story and 37 sovereigns. 30 sovereign severins. An outbreak of the heart sickness. Sit with the most afflicted. Gain a little terror, a little tale of terror, and a savage spirit. Storm again. Actually, this storm seems a lot smaller, and is definitely pushing me outward.
There are the mariners.
Ow!
Yeah, it's definitely pushing you away, alright.
So that other much bigger one was just a different storm. Hey, buddy. Nectar for the horizon. 3 gourds of chorister nectar. A curt note from your devil requests an excess of chorister nectar for the practice of the entire 7-act opera Pandemonia, the Flight from Heaven's Chariot, and the progress through Dream's Embrace. The devil suggests the residents don't have anything better to be doing anyway. 3 gourds of chorister nectar are requested. Avid Horizon lies to the south-southwest of London.
Alright, so I need 5 nectar.
Mm-hmm.
Where's she?
No, still just bronzewood.
See, improved engine. Black jade is a stronger weapon.
It's short range though. But it's a spread shot, scatter shot.
Thanatopsis, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Because notice it's a higher T.
Yeah.
Your gun's green.
Yep. Well, one is green, one is gray. But the gray one was a found gun.
And you're apparently pirates, I didn't count.
Yeah.
Don't use all the key uses.
Yeah.
It was good for when they're like right in your face.
Mm-hmm.
Have a lot of damage while I'm activating.
Alright. Now, back to... Well, first, let's see how my folks are doing. There we go. He's loitering with intent beside the station. He looks more miserable than ever. The signalman is in a state of distress. They told me they're taking everything I said under serious advisement. Focus on better management of practices, improve efficiencies. He shakes his head. I don't think they listened to anything I said, but they were very happy. I mentioned your name. You now have the ministry's gratitude.
You seen troubles.
Sure, let's have him get some more gratitude. The princess. Hey, we can find her if... Can I get better mirrors than I have right now? 2 mirrors, 2 mirrors. Nope, that's the extent of my mirrors. 40% chance. Well, I'll try.
She and your other signal primary source of mirrors, I think.
Yeah. What, I mean, it's not like failure will just cost me time, basically, I think. Or, I could use gossip. No one with a reputation to uphold will say anything officially, but a few drinks in one of the more select bars loosen more than a few tongues. You're given an address. It is not where you would have expected. Perhaps the princess once had a fondness for tigers. You make your way to the west of the city, where the princess is holding her salon today. The princess sits upon an indigo velvet armchair, held aloft by 4 adoring scions of great houses. Around her, various luminaries of the British establishment lounge in postures of surrender. Honey and wine flow like spilled blood. Everyone in the room wears red, aside from the princess. Everyone is laughing. Everyone is smiling. No one looks at the door behind the princess's chair. She smiles as you approach. Perhaps she will give a gift in return. 3 savage secrets for a cryptic benefactor. Take in the salon. What would be more pleasant than an afternoon spent in London's most exclusive salon? You will gain a moment of inspiration. This option may only be taken once per visit, for afterwards the salon will close. Or leave. You will have to find the salon again to make another visit. Well then, let's, as many otherworldly artifacts as I have, sure.
Yeah, no,
An earl accepts the artifacts from your hands. These are then passed on a cushion of carmine silk up to the princess. Her smile widens. This is much better than what my last suitor tried to give me. A minor countess goes through the door behind the chair. She returns later, her dress all scarlet. In her hands is a bell jar the size of her torso. Within it, what might have once been a man. Now it is mostly a puddle of hair and teeth, and a face still smiling. The princess smiles. He was mine for a time. Now he's yours.
maybe.
Mm-hmm. And sure, I can get more of those. The princess waves a hand impatiently. A dashing young viscount bows before you. You are to give the secrets to him first. You have to repeat yourself several times. His hearing is not what it was. When you have finished, he approaches the chair. Princess laughs wildly. In return, she offers you every salacious detail, every shameful disgrace and moral lapse of the Viscount. All of the secrets she has taken from him are now yours. The Viscount himself, too, she tells you, yours completely. He will do your bidding as he does hers, completely, devotedly, and entirely. Huh. Well then, let us, take in the salon. The wine is rich, the honey flows. You do not remember the conversation. You do remember the viol, the scream as the bow bit the string, and the resonant melodies it conjured. The strings were not catgut. The princess did not speak. The lords and ladies drank and cavorted. You remember the feel of velvet on your flesh, the taste of wine red and thick upon your tongue. You do not remember what went on beyond the door, behind the chair. You find yourself back on your engine. The salon has closed. For now. You've gained 10 terror.
She does red things.
She does do red things.
I've gone from intimidated by her to incredibly disturbed by her.
Ooh. Since I took a little damage, let's go ahead and do that. I need to go record my life. Do excuse me, I shall return.
Another signal man?
It was, him and the devil.
Okay, for some reason I say
Yeah, I did. That guy, him, and the devil.
oh, okay. There has been a collision. That sounds like a collision. That's a stupid way to get. What? Oh, goodness. For explanation, folks, I am reading a little bit about stuff. The wolf is around, and it's odd. Of course it's odd, but, you know, it's odd. That's the thing.
I am back. Watcha. What?
I just saw that end of
Oh, yeah.
even Twitter and that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a shit post and a half in an image.
Yep.
Even red birds instead of blue. you can actually roll up to the eye of the storm that spooks. There's some story shenanigans.
Okay.
But you want big mirrors and big hearts before you try.
Well, my hearts aren't bad, but my mirrors are. Okay, so crockery, I've got literature. It's
okay,
yeah, selling gossip for which, as much as I have, sure. The only better engine that they had exactly the same stats as this one, but with a boost.
Oh, okay, for some reason I thought I had better stats.
Nope. It had same movement speed and same fuel consumption. Hello, Remy.
That's not as better as I thought it was.
Nope.
So, do you have the honey on board?
No. I don't have honey in storage, even.
Oh, that's surprising.
I used it all up.
I see. Come on. You just have to go back to reach for that.
Yep. Sweet Amy. You're not done with me petting you? Actually, I am feeling really warm. I no longer need this jacket. Let's see if we can cut through that way. Or at least clear out some of those clouds on our way out. Tap, tap, she says. Or goes, rather.
It's a little unsettling when you come out of a port and have to ask one of these engines are diegetic.
Well, I mean, they're all diegetic. They're just not on the same plane. Oh, it's another thing. Oops. There's this one. Wit and Vinegar Lumber Company. It operates primarily in the Reach, mining bronzewood and transporting it back to London for construction, furniture, and locomotive plating. Its loading platform is frequented by brawny, wind-bitten men lugging slabs of bronzewood into the warehouse. Yeah? Sweet Randy. No bargains. What's the point of this place? mean, it hasn't been that many years since Sunless Sea.
So, Vinegar Company's owner is a self-made man of American provenance. You might recognize him from his letter opening.
It's ringing a vague bell. Computer, please. Here is a tenement of empty housing that has never been occupied. Let's rest and recover, because terror is a little on the high side.
An interesting drill.
Yes, Remy?
So the Vinegar Company is kind of front for us now. And it appears to be run by a familiar face from the docks.
Wait.
But it occasionally have sharp words.
Yeah. Him.
He's moved up and down. Yeah, being in the sky now.
He's moved up literally and figuratively. Heads in. Unsettled dreams. Seed company. Partial success. Oh, lost one supplies. On your way to the galley, you round up as many crew and officers as you can and lead them on a midnight raid of the pantry. Brandy is drunk. Murgatroyd's fungal crackers are devoured in bulk. Heavens to Murgatroyd. Not in the fridge. Well, there's your first problem. What?
So I tossed out like what's it called? Recycling. Figuring everything was instead of going to the change of fill.
Few mourners are willing to brave the long journey through the Reach to say goodbye to a loved one. Few mourners are willing to brave the long journey through the Reach to say goodbye to a loved one. Visitors are welcome to the extra chairs in the mausoleum's many chapels, provided they carry themselves appropriately. It is a calming way to spend a few hours, basking in lives well lived, or taking solace in still having a future. Sure, as many sky stories as I have, this could be interesting. The priests welcome other travelers to share their stories from afar. The funeral is a mix of gentle sobbing and clutching handkerchiefs and excitement at stories from the depths of the high wilderness. You play your part, ensuring that a fellow traveler's life is remembered instead of being lost to the winds far from home. Port. Sure, let's contemplate the dead sun again. Success! Another vision of the heavens. And 5 terror. Visit the memorial. Yeah, let's do that one. There we go. That's more like it.
Yeah, the idea of a moderate amount seems to be a chunk.
Mm-hmm. Like, not a huge amount, but which is, I guess, is what makes it moderate. I need a little more drink. Pardon me. And a snack. Would you like one? Lemon cookies?
Yeah, sure.
Sure.
They kept taking on inconvenient attitudes and getting like stuck under the lip of the plastic. It was very silly. That's what I get for biting my nails sometimes. Why can't we investigate the Chamberlain system? Ah, we do stuff for random nothings.
Mm-hmm. Which means I need to find that one's daughter. A daughtery butler painstakingly counts out your payment. The counselor is grateful, he wheezes and hands it over with a receipt of goods. Later, you realize he also accidentally gave you something else. Another invitation to perdurance.
Is that 7 rolls of Orion main bombs in
Oh my.
thirst?
Actually, no, it's a ways across there, and that one's about half gone anyway, so I'll go ahead and fill up. Then... briefly without terror. And no scribe spinsters. Oops. There is a rather disagreeable fellow over there, though. But he's ignoring us. So all is well.
They may be grouchy and quick to anger, but they aren't outright aggressive.
No.
Moving irresponsibly around this guy.
Souls! Souls in the deep.
Shaft of like illuminating within
I don't know. Ooh, a weft of unraveling time. You have strayed into a place where the weave of time has frayed. The sky groans. The borders that separate past and future crumble, and your engine is dragged in. Remy, would you close the desk?
Hello?
Let's try to escape. We have better than even odds, but only slightly. Success. Achievement unlocked, then and back again. You drag your locomotive away and don't stop until the past is behind you and the future in front, as it should be. The horological office in London may be able to tell you more about your encounter.
Whoa!
So that's what that was.
I taught a course today by circumstantial tail wagging.
Yeah. Scratch the paint.
Run into the toast rack. No, they prepared your hull barely.
Mm-hmm. Slapped a fresh coat of paint on it. The planetary romances of the turbulent fabulist are notably popular among the denizens of the horizon, as is Baldridge's A Tour of Heaven. An amateur engineer gratefully offers to repair your engine before you depart.
Excess, of course, Hector.
Mm-hmm.
Pandemonium, light from... Oh! Really?
Mm-hmm.
They made an opera about that?
Mm-hmm. transport.
Probably a terror reduction. Request might be interesting.
Yeah. He's watching you from behind his desk and biting his lower lip. Clearly he has something on his mind. He does not look happy. So good you're here, Captain. He clasps your hand. His skin is cold. I've been issued an imperial pardon from London for one of our detainees here. He looks at the three nearest guests of the Home Office who are following the conversation intently. Just the one, mind. Procedure demands that someone cannot be pardoned without an independent witness vouching for them. It would be highly inappropriate for me to do so. He gives you a beseeching look. If you would help, do speak to them. Those three. Return to me when you've made your choice.
You want to take a level before doing this. Provide there's a challenge involved.
So let's see. What's this one? Haunted.
No, this one comes with a tale of terror. Not surprising. Whoa, a drop of nightmares. Unlocked by having accessibility.
Drop in nightmares, and I can take iron and mirrors. That's a
Something
good.
you're lacking in presently.
I mean, my iron's all right, but my mirrors is definitely lacking.
Because your best officers are on platform. No, it's like
It's a convent. In a lightless cellar, you and your closest collaborator spoke a solemn promise that was invented in the dark. You mingled your blood. What did you swear? To know and keep one another's secrets, to the grave and beyond. You are siblings in larceny now, a coterie of crime.
It's an oath of solace, to shelter and safeguard one another in however dire circumstances, to forgive each other all debts, to meet the foe of one of you is the foe of all.
I do like that first one, but I need the mirrors.
Yep. I got a knife. Knife top hat and a glowing red eye.
The three detainees singled out by the acting senior probator have taken over one of the interview rooms. The aristocrat is contorted like a contented cat over a rumpled armchair. The courtier sits on the windowsill, a cup of tea rattling in her hands. The nun occupies a stiff-backed chair and is reading something decidedly ungodly. You may interview the detainees and make your judgment at your leisure. You could, of course, make your decision without interviewing them, but that will render your choice somewhat arbitrary. Perhaps that's in keeping with the spirit of the place.
Why do my brain immediately assume them under the uniform?
Former courtier. Brilliant, magnetic, merciless, infuriating. Either her personality or her politics have kept her on Her Majesty's list of undesirables. She shuts a small hand mirror as you approach. Graying. I had a lovely mane when I arrived here. Red as June, they used to say. Was hoping to see the suns, but I suppose the palace hasn't forgotten. An MP I am acquainted with had promised it was all water under the bridge. Interview the handsome aristocrat. He is draped listlessly over a faded chair, occasionally playing with his hair. He summons a dazzling smile as you approach. Oh, at last! My captain! May I call you my captain? He does not wait for a response. It's been a dreadful mix-up. I have a twin brother in London, you see. Terrible sort. Rather ruined my reputation with Her Majesty. Go to London to seek out the aristocrat's brother. Interview the nun. Surely she shouldn't be here. She lights another cigarette as you watch her. She looks down her cigarette at you and sighs. If I could have gone home by now, I would have. Nothing's worth this much bloody waiting, pardon my imperial. Was going to stay in a convent in the mausoleum, but that's been bloodied now. What?
Bugger?
Buggered? Yeah, that makes sense, but that's been buggered now. Go to the most serene mausoleum to find the convent the nun was traveling to.
Cool. Now you have business at the convent, at the Parliament.
And in London. Yep. So, defer your decision for now.
Decide to pardon no one. They all suck.
Mm-hmm.
Not a big fan of the Empress, but she's right about these three. Bye! Gets on train, doesn't explain, leaves.
An evening of frivolity. Occasionally, the acting senior probator has a night off. Then the detainees are permitted to throw a small party. Biscuits, some of which are not stale, champagne, flat, and light ale, inexplicable, have been arranged on trestle tables. A few detainees wander around the drawing room, avoiding conversation. You are the life and soul of the party, in that you partake of the food and drink and manage to exchange at least pleasantries with the detainees. You listen to complaints of years wasted, of friends gone out to the cults on the quiet sea, of hours passed watching the gate, waiting for people who never come. It is a dreary affair. The champagne is intolerable.
What did that do for you?
I gained supplies.
Oh, cool. I assume not everybody wanted to eat the garbage that was present.
Mm-hmm. Cults from the depths of the quiet sea beneath the Home Office have established a stall by the docks. There is no future in the dark, shouts a supralapsarian. Let tradition be your compass. Let the past be your gospel.
Caged catch.
Mm-hmm.
What was heavy?
One, I think. It's currently in the bank.
Oh, it's a cargo.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, for some reason I thought it was a. What was it?
Nope.
Captain's cabin items.
The detainees of the Home Office have no time for their prattle. The preacher shuffles off in a hail of cheery insults and the occasional thrown rock. Their terror has fallen. Okay. Let's explore up this way now.
Shirt keeps escaping.
Your shirt needs to know its place.
Yes, to pass. In the hence to Space England.
Do it, England. Spengland.
God save the screen.
That sounds like spleen, but
Like a Roman accent.
Roman accent? That's not a Roman accent. That's just the guy had a speech impediment. The character had a speech impediment.
They like the actual capital R, SPR Rome. But there is evidence that they had like a weird accent indeed. Like it would sound very strange to me.
I believe it. Because Latin as we know it does not flow great.
The way people might talk. Yeah. Ooh, that is looking farty.
Arma vidumque cano. Troiae qui primus aboris Italium frato lavinaque profugos. Dollar sit on it.
It's so dumb. Isn't it like in the middle of a word that it starts?
Yeah, it's
like Dolorum is what
yeah,
it should be?
Dolorum.
And that's like absolutely mid-sentence.
Mm-hmm.
And the speech in question is incredibly boring to begin with.
What is this? No, just smokestacks. Is this the Clockwork Star? Or Clockwork Sun? Rat Brigade pools its money for beachside snacks. Candy floss, toffee apples, mysterious meat. Skyborn urchin. I spy with my little eye something beginning with M. I'm starting to see a lot of nothing. Huh? Oh wait, that's below. Over here. The lanes.
There's some thoughts on here.
Alice Pier. No, there was a landing on the other side, and I missed it. Okay. Workers in neat uniforms guide your locomotive to rest. Tourist engines rest alongside trading engines. Crews trade gossip and delicacies. Signs and block capitals make abundantly clear that this is a place for pleasure. Welcome to Whirlberry Juxtamare. Whirlberry Juxtamare dazzles like a Fabergé egg, lamplit, rich brass, and written in Baroque. In the distance, carnival music mixes with faint cheering. A queue twists and snarls along the dock. Visitors are not allowed to just stroll into the port. They must be admitted. Every fortnight, the Bureau of Entertainments holds a lottery to give out a number of paupers passes which grant free admittance. The queue for these is long, but it's not the only way into the port. Exchange Ministry approved literature for condemned experiments? Those who work at the cutting edge of scientific endeavor often wish to legitimize their profits. Whirlberry's popularity provides an anonymous location for the exchange of goods. A fox-jawed man, smartly dressed in cobalt, takes notice of you. He crooks a finger. First time visiting Whirlberry Juxtamare, eh? Come on, come over then. The representative of the Bureau of Entertainments introduces himself. We are a department of the Ministry of Public Decency, but we're entirely autonomous. We run this port for the benefit of weary travelers. He leads you past a queue that doesn't even bother to grumble. Yes, yes, I know, queue jumping is terribly uncouth, but would you really rather be mingling with the proletariat when you could be enjoying our port? And I'm sure once you've seen what we have to offer, you'll need to come back again. He leads you to a fitting station. Everyone goes through this. There's a dress code. The Bureau of Entertainments wishes to encourage industrious captains to patronize the port. To this end, on a captain's first visit, they are allowed in both without charge and without having to queue. The couturier is exquisitely attired. Burgundy tailcoat, cravat, brocaded vest in iron and ink, breeches, boots, and a smile like a shark. Periodically, he checks a brass pocket watch while his grin lengthens and diminishes in turns. He is here to supervise the attire of new visitors to the port. In Whirlberry, everyone dresses up in the heady styles of 50 years ago. The Bureau of Entertainments provides suitable attire for all visitors. What article of clothing are you going to base your choice of outfit around? Not when this is set. There is no reward for taking this option. Let's go with the finely tailored coat. I like that. Draped across an army of smiling porcelain mannequins is an armament of coats in every size, all sumptuously designed, all perfect, just like you.
What an explanation.
Hmm?
The top option was the explanation. Is that different from what I just told you, or? And 39.
In a droll voice, the couturier, who could be anywhere between 17 and 39, explains, Whirlberry Juxtamare is the perfect holiday destination enhanced by visitor adherence to the dress code. Do not fear, it is all to enhance the experience you have while with us. In addition, and as a reassurance about the stringless nature of our generosity, I should inform you the mists are corrosive and will eat through your regular garments. We provide access to a full wardrobe of coats, waistcoats, frock coats, dresses, dress shirts, breeches, boots, bustiers, and more to ensure your own remain intact. We'd love to see familiar faces. It wouldn't do to put you off. Now pick one item and I'll choose you an outfit that suits it.
Why are the mists corrosive? Finely tailored goat.
Goat. Pure, sparkling mountain goat.
You can really taste it.
The couturier calls two women from a door you hadn't realized was there. They are tall, sinewy, and sepia-skinned with the bluest eyes. As before, as always, my assistants will do everything they can for you, sir. The women are efficient but impersonal, their attention bereft of interest. Whenever you attempt to don something that doesn't quite fit your ensemble, they remove the offending garment and replace it with an inventory of superior options. When you finally dismiss the women, the couturier considers you for a long moment. He turns to a wardrobe and hands you several garments, all your size. Once you are dressed, he dismisses you, shooing you into Whirlberry Juxtamare.
Woohoo.
Whirlberry Juxtamare is precisely like every other weekend destination, shabbier than advertised, and bristling with ways to spend more money than intended. Those who are anybody and those who are nobody come here to relax. The port's comings and goings could be informative. In the face of candy floss, guards are let down. Presented with this much tea, defenses are dropped. This should have been a good place to gather information. Unfortunately, the screams of the donkeys render eavesdropping impossible. Still, even by itself, a list of visitors is certainly worth something. Costs 50 sovereigns to stand. It is refunded if you win. Sure, why not? Stand for Parliament. I've better than even odds. Hey! At least a few of the people bother going to the polls. The votes are in. Lord Buggard scraps together a personal best. 5 votes. An ambitious drunken sailor passes out before their votes are even announced.
Bastard?
I mean, it could be.
Lord Bastard!
You wait for your name to be
Thank you.
called out.
Yeah. You wait for your name to be called out. Sure enough, the people choose well. To a smattering of applause from the handful of the public who bothered to show up and vote, you rise from your chair to take your destiny. Now, my choices are accept your new role with grace, congratulate your defeated opponents, take on your new role with the dignity that it demands, or accept your new role without any grace whatsoever. Push past the losers, bask in the glory that is you.
What? So douchey.
Mm-hmm. I'm reminded of that
Like Bobby Flay when he did that stupid thing with the
that little comic of the that shows the guy like receiving the medal, like bites the medal to be sure it's real, and then like pops the champagne and starts guzzling it, and then it shows him down at like the bottom of a long stair of people receiving rewards. Like he'd won the booby prize or something.
Yeah, think about biting like if it was gold or something.
Mm-hmm.
If it's real gold and you do the bites, you just put bite marks in your stupid belly, you dummy.
Mm-hmm.
Your dentist would know that you did it.
Mm-hmm.
You can tell from the teeth.
You've done it. Time to prepare for government. Begin your career at the floating parliament. 500 XP. You have become a minister. Now you can pass bills at Parliament.
Great.
Yeah.
There's more to it than meets the eye. It's robots in disguise.
Need more affiliation Bohemia for that. Purchase nostalgic crockery from a tea shop. Another day in Worldberry, another tea shop closing down. Why they choose to open next door to each other will forever remain a mystery. A jumble sale to pay the remaining rent is ongoing. Actually, I've heard it quoted that opening competing businesses next to each other actually increases the business of both. Like, people will come there for a particular thing, and then they can choose which one they want, which just draws, yeah, more people are drawn for X thing to your location. So you both get business that might have otherwise gone to them, and they also get business that might otherwise not have come to the area at all.
To the beach.
Active stops. All three of these options will damage your grab a little bit.
A babble of shops and stalls sears the gaze with bold, mismatched colors. The frames shop, as it turns out, is not where you purchase corrective glasses. Instead, it hawks poor metaphors and second-rate similes, phrases with which to inadequately frame a situation. Not wanting to be impolite, you buy an analogy for an upset stomach.
Why are you spinning these? You're just pausing at the same time.
Rubbery lumps. But no.
A wax paper cone brimming with rubbery lumps. Oh, London, why?
No trip to Rollberry is complete without a jaunt along the beach. You should stroll down to the shore where the mists wait in glittering coils. This is a beach. Of course it is a beach. What else could it be? It is a stretch of pale particulates and roiling mists. The air smells of salt and things that mummified in the sun, of cinnamon and licorice. It is pebbles and grains of blue glass, tendrils of something curious and organic, worm-like growths tufting through the sediment. This is exactly what beaches are. Go dipping in the sea. Ah, the most adventurous of pursuits, a dip into the mists of Rollberry Juxtamare. It'll ruin your clothes, but sacrifices must be made. You are lowered into the mists, a rope around your waist. If it kicks up a fuss, just kick it in the face a few times, you'll be fine. Wait, what was that he said? There are fish in the mists. At least you think they might be fish. Your eyes will not focus, your memory will not map the dimensions of their forms. Whatever the case, you're almost certain they're beautiful. Turn to the arcade. Wander onwards. Tea room, take a donkey ride. No trip to Rollberry's complete without a donkey ride, a man in a candy-striped suit bellows while his donkey drools a string of iridescent tumors. Ugh. How can you resist?
Is something very wrong with that donkey?
Uh-huh. Let's go a bit further. Cold frissons down your spine, dragging your attention southwards. Oh dear, your clothes are in tatters.
Oops.
Oh well.
Yeah, they ran out.
Your beautiful garments are nothing but rags now. Well-dressed onlookers gawk and giggle, whisper and point. You look bedraggled, shabby, and, worst of all, unfashionable. Your clothes are threadbare. You are scruffy. It is time to be elsewhere. Someone unglued the ducks in one of the entertainments in the lanes. Many people won before anyone recognized the problem. The fair needs to replenish its stash of prizes. Inquire about the lottery. Is it at the whim of the port authorities? The queue snakes across the lip of the docks like an umbilical cord or a garland. Scalpers bark temptations, promising expedited access. Vendors patrol the undulations of the line, offering drinks, snacks, anything to spare the mind from the doldrums. Finally, a woman in tattered morning attire answers. It's every fortnight, more or less. You'll want to be near the front. They only give out a few passes. Don't want to dilute the quality of the clientele, I hear. It appears you'll have to come back later if you want to get in via the Pauper's Pass.
Ooh, a lot of ways to get in.
Mm-hmm.
How much is it in terms of point?
250.
250.
The rich claim their willingness to pay is because their time is expensive. It is definitely not that this is an opportunity to flaunt their wealth. I mean, I can afford it, but I don't know that it's worth it.
Things like the ghost and seas of mist, let's face it,
Fish. But if we call them fish, we don't have to think about what they actually are. Recently, a school of them was found grounded on the port's pebbled beach. What a sight it was, a local remarks wistfully. The stars a-shining on their membranous wing fins, their mouths all gulping for the vapors. Let me restock a little bit more fuel. Just one more should do. And then sure, I will buy some cheap caged catches. Because I haven't found a need for them yet, but I also rarely come across them.
The mental gymnastics these learners are getting tough. How you found this crazy place?
And it's not too terribly far from London. Let's see how quickly a direct cut east will, or like if I can directly cut east even.
Yeah, there's space for a lot of weird stuff in between.
It's not far as the crow flies, but as the train flies, that might prove otherwise. That wasn't supposed to rhyme.
Is it silly? That's the first thing I think of.
I mean, those other pistons, that's what I thought of too.
Like an automated trumpet.
A player trumpet. Which I suppose a player trumpet would be something that you would find in an orchestrion. The House on the Rock, it's full of just like kitsch and weird stuff. But one of the really impressive things that they have is just a very large number of orchestria. Like they aren't historical, they're just assembled by the guy who built the place. Just a bunch of different instruments with attached machines that play them. Put in a quarter and they play a song. Or however much it was. I don't specifically remember seeing trumpets in there, but there were definitely a lot of stringed instruments. Oh, I'm going down the wrong lane.
Denied.
It sounded like a ducking request. No ducks. Oops. Whack. Alright, let's deliver my port reports. Reports. Don't need repairs. Probably hasn't been long enough. Nope. No new prospects.
There's someone to talk to in London. So you need to have a logical office, which I don't know if it's in London or it's
It's nearby. It's at the ministries. I'm fairly certain, at least.
you have business in those places.
Ish.
As well as, of course, the Parliament in London.
I need more stained glass for Woolberry.
There's one.
Yeah. But, like, I need 4 more than that. And since the place where I get it and the place where I take it are in completely opposite directions, I may as well just accumulate them here until I have enough and then go take it. And let's see, what did, what were they asking for in, the work world, Brabazon? 2 nectar. Okay, so I need quite a bit of nectar.
And 3 more nectar for levels.
Mm-hmm.
5.
5 nectar.
Basic arithmetic, go.
Woo.
Are you smarter than a 5th grade? Yes.
Yes.
Kat and I were watching some clips of that, and it's just like, we're too smart for this show. They won't allow us to play.
Find the listless aristocrat's brother. The aristocrat stuck at the Avid Horizon mentioned a brother responsible for his predicament. It takes some time to track down someone resembling the aristocrat. The sooty slums are empty of any fallen nobility. The grand houses close their doors to you. It is as if London would prefer all detainees of the Avid Horizon to remain there. You've all but given up when you receive a note to meet in the Crown Jewel. A distinguished gentleman sits by the fire, his porcelain features a flawless mirror of his brother's. He intimates a litany of unsavory habits and hobbies possessed by his younger sibling. Calumny in the nursery, scandal in boarding school, horror in the Young Stags Club, who would very much preferred if his brother were to stay where he was. Well, I am all about rustling the jimmies of some aristocrats. But let's find out more about the others.
Jimmy Russell.
Woo. Rustle some jimmies. Let's get this in the chronological office. As my eyes just kind of glided past the word decency there, I swear I was seeing more E's than there actually were. Like they had spelled it like decency or decency.
These nuts.
There we go. A number of instruments of government are located here. The Horological Office, which regulates time across the Empire, the Office of Works, which ensures the jobs no one else can be bothered with are done, and the Ministry of Public Decency, which curates the notion of Britishness with the same care a lepidopterist uses to pin a butterfly to a board. A huge horseshoe-shaped building of white stone, white columns, clocks, and iron gates. That sounds very British.
Yes.
The Office of Works is a bustling bureaucratic enigma, and tick. Well, this is where I was running. Tick, 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 Albion's heartbeat. Clocks of diverse size and shape line the walls of this small gray office. Each is meticulously tuned by the royal horologists and inspectors as practice for the thankless, complex task of ensuring the consistency of time across Her Renewed Majesty's territories. Yes. Mysteriously, the horologists seem unwilling to talk to you. They adopt blank faces when you describe your experience and say things like, "Sounds very unlikely. Are you sure you haven't got a touch of the old starlight? Makes one believe all kinds of things, I heard." You're sure they know more than they're saying. Perhaps if you were a member of the office, they'd trust you enough to talk.
Suppose we screw around a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Speak to the chief horologist. He sits hunched in a thick gray blanket, his crow-like stare fixed on a disassembled clock. Its gears are almost too small for the eye to see. Times change, I've heard. Well, not if I have any say in it. He reaches for a pair of tweezers, the pincers barely thicker than a human hair. Time in London must be the time in Brabazon, in Worldbury, in New Winchester, in Lustrum, to the second. It is the privilege and duty of this office to ensure that continuity. He sniffs. A task that was considerably easier before we began spending hours like shillings and sixpences. Now it might be yesterday in one place and next week in another. It is most untidy. Look at the clock of Albion. From this side, it is a polished wonder of valves, pendulums, and cogs working in perfect harmony. Only the finest engineers were permitted to work on it. Every component is encased in polished glass. The hands, sharp enough to slice paper, slide between the exquisitely carved numerals with buttered smoothness. Only the second hand is permitted to jump from moment to moment, and it does so with the precision of a military march. It's just for tourists, of course, grumbles a bleary-eyed apprentice. Albion's time's really based on the old tick-tock man's pocket watch. He keeps us straight, except that time on his 90th birthday when he had one too many and the whole of Albion lost 2 hours. Chief horologist, I'm sure. They all have the names of ports within Albion and the Reach. Lustrum, Brabazon, Port Prosper. Despite the vast distances involved and the complicating effects of local hour usage, all the clocks show the same time. Each of London's territories is expected to run on Albion Standard Time, but London is a long way from them. Despite being a commandment from the Empress's own lips, it is a law more often breached than observed. Ask about the nature of hours. Their use remains poorly understood. The chief horologist doesn't bother to hide the weariness in his voice. No, despite the imaginative claims of certain penny dreadfuls, hours can't take you back to yesterday, nor leapfrog tomorrow. But with the use of hour looms, a week's journey can be made to take a day, or a prisoner can endure 10 years of his sentence while only 1 year passes outside his cell. A workworld can perform a month's labor in a week. The lifespan can be stretched. The Empire, sir, runs on hours. Not just anyone can become a royal horologist. Chief horologist looks surprised at your inquiry. Horologists tend to be cut from a specific cloth, a rather grayer fabric than that worn by a skyfarer. However, you have the right to take the examination if you wish. He blows the dust off a textbook and bids you sit down. No calculation devices or writing implements are permitted. The chief horologist peers over the book. If the current time in Perdurance is exactly 17:15 of the clock, and the time in Albion is 18:34, what, pray tell, is the current time in Lustrum? Hurry up.
Wait, are they supposed to be the same?
They should be the same, so... So yeah, the time in Lustrum ought to be 1834. That is your answer? Very well, we shall continue. And now a tricky one, perhaps, the chief horologist coughs. The train from the Brabazon Workworld arrives at 11:30 in London. The current time shown on the Master Brabazon clock is, he winces, 14:30. If the train took exactly 1 hour to make the journey, it does not, of course, I merely offer this as a hypothetical for the sake of testing, what was the accurate time of its original departure from the work world?
How in the world are we supposed to get any of this right?
10:30. He pauses for a moment before writing your answer down. You wait patiently for several minutes, but the third question doesn't seem to be coming. The chief horologist's eyes have drifted closed. A thin string of drool dribbles from his otherwise dry lips as he snores. Nudge the chief horologist. Gently, the fellow must be pushing on. Oh, excuse me. He glances at your answers. Well, you seem to have the idea. No point going through the other 248 questions. Congratulations, you are now officially a royal horologist, apprentice third class. He pauses. Speaking of which, I have an assignment for you. Temporal inconsistency. Suitable test of your practical skills. Take this pocket watch. It is both your badge of office and your compass, pointing to the correct time. Wear it proudly. Keep it well wound. Do not get it wet. Smaller gears are quick to rust. You have an assignment in Port Avon. As soon as you mention the weft, the chief horologist springs up and closes the door to his office. There. Now we can talk more openly. These outbreaks of unruly time are politically sensitive. I assume preventing or repairing them is beneath Her Majesty's dignity. She is, of course, terribly busy. Our office has been instructed to make such repairs as we can. We have invented the raveling jacks, simplified hour looms that can reweave time's torn fabric. If you would assist, we'll pay for every weft repaired. Unfortunately, the jacks only work from inside a weft. Delicate operation. And I'm afraid the machines are fragile. My superiors insist we demand a small deposit before you requisition one. The raveling jack will take up a slot in your hold. Maybe later.
How much is it here?
100 sovereigns. So I forget exactly what the punchline is. Yeah.
I'll tell you, hen doesn't weigh very much. Hollow bones and all that.
Okay, well, it seems like I have quite a bit of business back in the Reach. So, perhaps I should make for the transit relay and clear out some of those. See if I can clear out another arc of clouds en route. Let's see what else is going on here, though. Inside, its walls are paneled with dark wood. Crimson carpets, worn by frequent passage, flood the floors. Within its cubbyhole offices, auditors toil to protect the sensibilities of Londoners here in the heathen sky. Can get more ministry stamped permits here. Yeah, I don't think I want an appointment to the Ministry of Public Decency. That seems, untoward. Office of Works. The Office of Works is a bustling bureaucratic enigma. Behind its red-bricked flanks toil numberless clerks and surveyors. What mysteries lurk within its memoranda, its chits and its receipts? What exactly are its eponymous works? No one is sure, but in a drafty loading bay, an unflappable foreman purchases supplies to complete outstanding work orders. Yeah, sure, why not? Offer your services. He sniffs and leafs through a dog-eared ledger. The Office of Works, God bless her, has very particular requirements. Very particular. Let's have a look. 2 rolls of thirsty bombazine and 2 uncanny specimens.
You got that.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, not on you, but you got it.
Yep. It says here we're missing 2 bolts of bombazine, comma, freshly oiled, full stop. Must be proof against spillages, comma, fraying and fading. That'd be quite the oil. You may need to improvise. Okay, then. Was that 2 rolls of bombazine? Work orders. Yes. Shops. Bank. 1, 2. 1, 2, 1, 2, and through. Oh, scratched the paint. Dang it.
Ah, thousands of boobs.
I didn't slow down quite fast enough. Oh yes, work order 7777-G. You were forced to provide your own oil, extracted from one of the eerie specimens you found in the sky. Foreman seems impressed. Initiative, he remarks. I admire that. 400 sovereigns. You've gained 10, the strength of the sun. New total 74, right. Huh. I'm a little worried about what that means. And what it might mean to both increase and decrease it.
Yes. There's a place where you can look upon the sun. And depending on the level you may get very close. If it's too bright, you can probably guess what the rest of it is.
The sun, the sun, the sun, the sun, the sun, the sun.
Sworn that the artificial sun in Z, the thing was considered a failure. One of London's biggest mistakes. Also sentient. And apparently known for lying?
Hello? Failed factory stands here. Blah, blah, blah. Nice. Let's try it. I could use some glass. Success! 2 panes of stained glass. You select the most light-fingered and habitually cautious members of your crew. With chisels and pry bars, they shear away several large sheets of glass from the vitreous mass.
Pretty glad you saw my joke.
Your humor, sir, needs work.
You seem to have become an excellent pupil of my terrible jokes.
No! It extended beyond my sight. Well, my foresight, I guess.
Should have used your foresight.
5 head. Whoa! No, 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 no.
Nope. Where you going?
Don't look now. I'm just a friendly reminder. Phew. Windswept habitation. Sure, we have good odds of that. To fuel. Nice. You find a hull filled with unidentifiable machinery and peppered with rat droppings. Below it is a cellar. Descending a crooked staircase, you find the now cold furnace that powered the machines. Behind it is a store of fuel.
This is not a store of radon.
Welcome to the radon store.
What's that lamppost
Hmm. Well, I mean, it's part of the Parliament building. Present yourself to customs. Nothing to declare. And wait, I don't have a ministry stamped permit. Okay, well,
Yeah, you give it to
I thought I had another one though. Oh well. 200 sovereigns.
If you remember, you can just grab some of the hours you have, I think.
Yeah. Blah. I guess I'll go ahead and do that. The burrower below is displeased. You pay the hour vendor's disgraceful fee. They deliver the hours to the relay's looms. Clanking and grinding, the looms spin the jacket of fresh time in which your locomotive will make its journey. Enclosed in your engine's pocket of hours, it is hard to say how long the passage will take. Unseasoned hours tends to be melancholy and anxious. Your journey is likely to be wearing. The machinery grinds and stirs. The steam vents. The sigils of the edifice burn with sullen fire. A force like a great hand seizes your engine. Somewhere way to the south.
It was never correct, was it?
Might have been. It was somewhere in that vicinity, at
That long ago.
least. You hear a disturbance and, oh dear, it must be the dog again. The baritone percussions of his barking echoes through the locomotive. There's a pressing question to consider. Where's the noise coming from? The inadvisably big dog might have gone after your adorable, vicious rodents. Best check he's alright. Rats' quarters are even more calamitously messy than before. A thin sheet of saliva coats everything, including some of the rats. No one takes notice of you. Both the rats and the inadvisably big dog are preoccupied. Grab that dog. You leap forward, hands closing around the inadvisably big dog's tail. A mistake. His excitement knows no pause, no wait. The inadvisably big dog drags you along as he tears through the rat's quarters, barking rapturously. Eventually, you manage to crawl up onto the dog's back and wrestle him to the floor. With the help of the rats, you wrestle the fluffy menace out.
Oh, that took peace. Yes, he was sad to be home.
Also had something to do here. A messenger greets you at the station. He has the scrubbed pink face and immaculate hair of a natural-born butler. He holds a placard with your name. The messenger explains that he is, as you already guessed, a butler. His master has heard much about your exploits and is quite desperate to meet you. He hands you a card with an address. You recognize it as a neighborhood of particular wealth and prominence. You can now visit the bleak industrialist's estate. The estate takes up half a street. The mansion itself is a grandiose structure with Venetian windows, a cupola, columns in the Palladian style. But the garden is tangled with weeds, muddy water pools glumly at the bottom of disused fountains. The industrialist receives you in one of his drawing rooms, sitting with a rum glass beside a fire. He has a sour cast to his mouth and eyes that blaze with indiscriminate loathing. Before he answers, he knocks back the rum in a single gulp and calls for his butler to fetch another. There is a distant kingdom where the dead can be found. The industrialist's voice is hoarse with disuse. I need an enterprising sort such as yourself to visit it for me and retrieve someone. It should be a simple enough affair. In return, I will pay you a small fortune. Who does he want brought back from the dead? Some years ago, I lost someone dear to me, he says. A world without her in it is worthless, miserable. I need her back. You know what, considering my goal is wealth and the likelihood of success.
Yeah, we'll ignore your previous captain died of exactly this.
Yeah. The industrialist doesn't blink. You'll have whatever I can give you, but only if you succeed. He contemplates his glass for a while. London has an embassy there, a place called Sky Barnet. I cultivated a contact among the diplomats who I hoped would help me, but he's proved useless. Maybe you'll get more value from him than I could. There is no further conversation. The industrialist sits back in his high-backed chair and stares at the fire with empty hatred. Is that the only thing? So, Peggy's begin work on a new engine of their own. Yeah, Port Avon. No, wait, that's south of here. That's that other place. That's what I was thinking of.
Are you thinking Port Avon?
Mm-hmm. And this one is...
Oh, you
The
mean other
mausoleum.
stuff you have to do in Reach, right?
yeah,
Port Avon and the circus.
right.
So now that you have seen London, you're actually capable of progressing titanium.
Ah. Well, I think I would like to see the other place first. Right, Carolon as well.
Oh yes, and yes, it is the current. And you're getting Nicker.
Yes. So I should probably visit Carolon on... Well, possibly again on the way out, yeah.
I might stop at Lustrum and pick up some hours that have been mine for you.
Yeah, and perhaps leave a few more,
Crew.
yeah.
No trouble remembering the word crew, right?
Well, no, I just hadn't gotten to it yet. Offer transport to settlers.
Who's going where?
Oh, right, that's, Titania.
You like bees?
Everything I've been given to understand, it's altogether divine. She rushes onto your vessel as soon as you finish shaking hands. Excellent. I'll stay out of your way then. You'll hardly even notice me. Any luck and you'll forget I'm even here. Sure. lurk in the shadows. From your vantage point in the gloom, you see all sorts of things the other visitors are not privy to. Barrels being assigned to destinations based on bribes rather than need. Fatigued workers revivified by sips of unrefined hours. Several respond poorly and are hauled away to the infirmary. Only the most youthful and vigorous workers have been assigned to the workstations the tours pass through. The rest wait in less sightly rooms in the shadows. One aged man catches your eye and winks. Do I already have a port report from here that I picked up on my way out last time?
Maybe.
Yep. Right there. Okay. So. I have...
Yeah, you can look at stuff now.
Yeah. I mean, most of those are things that... The ones that are still on the map are permanent things that I could look at before anyway. But now I can look at other things. Oh wait, I didn't check, didn't check on the bargains to be had here. Shops. Nectar.
Nectar!
Mm-hmm. The hold. Fuel. Coke is revealed. Woo! Let's do train lines.
That's good as we can talk about polar bears.
Read the ledger.
Woohoo, heavens.
There's a column for miscellaneous notes. The captain writes feverishly of a light that danced at some distance before them. After some hours following it, it abruptly grew, getting brighter as it did, then nothing. Just gone. There's a thing I can look at. The heavens are pocked with tumbled ruins from eons gone. Some are melancholy, some malevolent. Some hide treasures, others danger. Here is an ivied ruin of the reach, graceful with arches and bristled with sprouts of moss and mushrooms. Yeah. That's a pretty good trade right there. Visions of the heavens for a moment of inspiration. The inscriptions are written in the language of the suns. Ooh,
Correspondence.
correspondence, that's right. I was like, what's that word? That word that means like letters. Like sending letters. You decipher what you can. They hint at a number of feuding solar alliances or conjunctions. Each conjunction upholds a different philosophy, as obtuse and fiery as the stars themselves.
Clam figures. Full of clams.
Yeah, you're full of clams. Sorry, that I don't know what that would mean, but it felt like a
It
good
sounds like an
response.
insult for a rich person. El diablo con dinero.
My terror is still below 50. In fact, it's still probably below 40. Yep, 31. Let's go ahead and take this. You record the dream as vividly as thoroughly as you can. Does your hand tremble as you write? Does the ink spill? And when you read it back, does it make sense? Or does it sound like the ravings of a crumbling mind? Also, I realized this might not be a dream that I've read before. A dream of Midnight Meadow. Above you, the stars are going out one by one as if their gas pipes had been turned off. Flowers bloom in the dark, colored in a spectrum of blacks that were heretofore imperceptible. The black of grief, the black of before times, the blacks of liberation and of possibility. A rainbow arches across the newly empty sky in 7 subtle shades. All black, of course. I do think I remember that one, actually. Ooh.
Easy.
That's just a tackety trait. He's not an enemy. Shouldn't be an enemy.
Definitely not, but he didn't aggro about it. Bitter slow. Bye.
Last time I climbed that mountain, I left 4 toes behind.
And found his henchman. Whoever you are.
Mm-hmm. The O'Brien Factory, they call it now. Nectar for auction. No. And also, I don't really have much space either.
Yeah, how much road crap are you giving me?
Not much, really.
Last hour study. Visions.
Mm-hmm. Well, let's see. Yeah, that's way more than I have room for.
Oh yeah. Plus, like, you got a drill, there are bees,
Yeah.
bee drill. Have some cargo space.
Can't I leave more crew, though? I'll write a port report.
I think you can. Say that late.
That wasn't an option there. Oh, hey, I should also... The Chiropterus hoarder colonizes your pantry, half the cargo bay, and one of the cupboards in the galley. It fills these spaces with velvet-wrapped boxes of varying sizes, opaque mason jars which sometimes ring with tapping from within, glass displays populated by half-dead and unblinking things. Periodically, the Chiropterus hoarder can be found in the cabin it has been assigned, hunched over a new item, a new acquisition. Is your right as captain to at least have some knowledge of what you're transporting? Chiropterus hoarder glowers, its expression glacial. When it becomes clear that it cannot intimidate you into leaving, your quartermaster sighs and relents. Jellyfish still alive, it whispers, voice sawed down to a growl. As it speaks, the hoarder trails a claw along each item, a dream of freedom piped into glass. Verdant spores that will never die. Everything immortal or that aspires to be immortal. I am making an inventory of them. Sure. Your present is received with poor grace and rich suspicion. Joy is lost when something is given away, it admonishes. Your species is ridiculous. Despite its truculence, there is a tenderness in the way the Chiropterus hoarder cradles your gift. What does it care about? Perhaps you'll find common ground. I have a dream, it confides, picking at the hem of its claret, cloak. Hold on. Is that pronounced like it's French or not? Claret, okay. An ear, long and velveteen, droops from its cowl. An old dream, an excellent dream. I would make my collection perfect. To do this, there is a corpse that I must visit. Your kind named it Faith's Fall. Appropriate, I think. If I could travel there, if I had help in Bronzewood, I could build the thing that I need. For a moment its eyes are the universe, garbed and glorious with stars. But you couldn't spare the crew or the timber or the time. Not for me. No, not for me.
6 bronzewood and 5 spare face full. That's a goodly amount of bronzewood.
Yeah. Ask about the other masters. Indeed, what happened to the other masters of Old London? Complications happened, to say the least. Her Majesty came to regret her arrangement with us. She reneged and fled the fifth city for the sky. Most of my colleagues remained behind, fat and sleek and content at the heart of the new sixth city. But a few of us had languished long enough in the dark. We saw the chance to return home, to the heavens. So in secret, a few of us followed you to the sky. Most of us did so quietly. One of us made too much noise, and her renewed majesty overheard. It has a job now. The hoarder sniffs. Tragic.
Oh no, not a job.
Ask if it knows Mr. Menagerie. Perhaps the curators are acquainted with each other. Silence, the kind not unlike a man trying to recall a favorite meal, overtakes the chiropterous hoarder for an interval. At last it brightens. It sells delicious things.
Alright then. Why would that place get renamed the O'Brien Factory?
Yeah, I don't know. A busy factory on the outskirts of Lustrum's sprawling shantytown. Here the Tacketies are hard at work on their own answer to London's new monitor-class locomotives. Ah, the Tacketies took it over. Security is high, but the project relies on donations of expertise and resources from sympathetic communities. Send volunteer engineers to aid the construction. Some of your crew will leave permanently. How much crew? You needed 10. Okay, so it's... I assume you need 10 means they want to be sure that you have enough to spare. Achievement unlocked. A true Tackety. A number of engineers take you up on the offer, and you release them from your service. A tobacco-whiskered foreman swears them to secrecy on a battered Bible, then finds them work in the factory. Despite their oath, the next time you see some of your ex-engineers, they can't resist talking shop. They're alarmed by goings-on in Shed 12, where they concoct the incendiaries.
That costs 6 crew.
Well, that's fine. I still have enough. And I am now esteemed. Yeah, let's visit the pub and... listen to gossip about the mountain. Those newcomers reckon they've got it made digging in the mud. Don't realize the geodes is cold, do they? Hardens the muck. If you're not breaking your back, you're not doing it right. Serves them right for thinking a claim just out of town's going to pay out. Okay, I thought that would help me with, thing. Mr. Pennies. Sure, that'll clear up a little more space. The Windward Company was not the first to begin harvesting the mountain, but no other came in harder or faster once the hours were detected. Oh, no, it's a completely different factory. They didn't take over the factory, it's just... they opened up their own.
Blackjack.
And guns. Let's see, that leaves me with 3 space. Miners speak of a geode containing a whole century's worth of hours, so big that it had to be dragged away by locomotive. Your crew have not found anything like that. Without a factory full of equipment, the most you can realistically hope for is a fine bounty of unseasoned hours. They sit in nervous silence as you examine their efforts. Nothing much to report, Captain. Ready to start loading up the barrels when you are. 7 barrels?
Damn it, Gaius.
Well, that's fine. It'll be fine until we take off. And we can deal with it before then.
Yep, negative, so I can remember.
Yep. There we go. Alright, begin mining. Because I don't have more crew to spare just yet. Excuse me. I guess they don't have any more, what do you call it? Artifacts.
Yeah, those little things.
Five sovereigns.
Very poor trade indeed.
Shops. Yeah, I can sell them for 80 here.
I don't know if it says Mr. Pennies in some manner. I have no idea.
Oh no, I can't sell them at all
I don't
here.
buy them. Oh no. They could sell a little excess fuel?
Yeah. I can sell 2 and head straight for New Winchester. Oop.
Sell 2, then give Mr. Pennies 1 more.
Mm-hmm.
So at least get something out of it. Wonder if that's why he's there.
Could be.
So you're not just like completely wasting good loot.
Oh, recruit crew amongst the miners.
Oh hey, yeah.
Gained 2.
Goodies. How about you join my thing?
Okay, that brings me down to...
Your hold is now only full.
Yep.
What's that thing about the mountain singing?
It's the wind through the peaks creates music, as it were. It sings.
Okay, so it's just like a description.
Yeah.
What was that option even there? Right.
Mm-hmm.
Carolina there.
Okay, so it looks like my best bet, without going through a horror, is to head south and across.
Good morning, shepherds.
Mm-hmm.
Investigate Cole's Killing Lake. Because the game absolutely does send you back and forth. It's over and over.
Mm-hmm.
Plenty of opportunities for everything.
Actually, if I'm going that far south, I may as well go to Port Avon first.
Sure, Avon does have... In fact, you can go by my Cold Cone.
Uh-huh.
Avon does have field.
Yep.
And freaking has an event that gives you cheaper.
Or cheap repairs, one or the other.
Now they need that same thing.
Nope. I have tiny
just
scratch. Yep.
Literally missing one HP. Oh,
Yes. Which isn't that the original definition of HP? Like when it was first coined? Or hadn't come close enough to Oh, you're right. I hit point. Let's see. Oh, I missed.
Come on, yes.
Loot the hold. Faintly
That's not gonna be
luminescent
gas.
cage. Nope. That's an uncanny specimen.
Well, that's
Yeah. Computer, please.
I think Gamescom was...
Do the thing. Yeah, I'll do that.
Moment of inspiration, sweet.
Junction, what's your function? I can't read the ledger, so leave.
Oh, Gamescom's just a signal box?
Yeah.
I dare.
Tackety. Why are you aggressive, Tackety?
Gracious, that ancient spirits guide such a friend.
Hours. Yeah. in Port Avon. Buy cheap fuel. Report. Investigate the clocks. Wedding bells ring out over Port Avon. The clocks are running fast, not that the happy couple walking towards the church cares. Your horological office pocket watch affords you access to the port's primary clock, from which others in the area get their time. You unpack your tools to begin: assorted screwdrivers, brushes, pliers, tweezers, a small bottle of oil, and a jeweler's loop. Leave it as it is for now. You may not get paid by the locals, but at least you have the rest of the trip here to yourself. You have a few misplaced hours and/or days matter anyway. Your assignment is over.
Really? That fails the assignment? You can't come back?
Huh.
Rude.
Yeah. Oh well.
Guess you should have tried it.
I should have.
Rude. There was no reason to think you couldn't go back and get your mirrors, guys. Cal TS2 says hi.
Hello. Welcome. Really need to deal with terror now. Appreciate an amount of cider. That one is failure. Tastes of golden sun and the fields left behind. Another. You must have another. The second tastes even better. The third, well, you don't remember the third one very well. Perhaps, in addition, there was a fourth and a fifth. You awake beneath one of the trees in the orchard. Its hard back against your cheek. Its hard bark against your cheek. You dimly remember singing something inappropriate and dark looks from the other patrons. Perhaps you remember climbing on a table. But to what end? Goodness, the stars are very bright, aren't they? Very bright indeed.
Cal TS2 inquires first run?
Yep.
Yep.
Like bright little needles. Ouch.
We did not realize that you only get one shot at the horological office, Ben.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately, our mirrors officers are on second minute at the moment.
Secondment. Failure again? Well, it's still taking care of my
It
failure.
consumes slightly more money this time.
Mm-hmm.
How are you feeling? Are you like, is your antelope?
No, I just have bad luck.
Yeah, it's not as high as it could be. You should respect for it next time you try that.
Let's see. 6 iron, 2 iron. Okay, so having her would
Oh yeah, the wine ants. That's always helpful when it
a
comes
bit.
to drinking.
Yeah. Okay. That will aid that a bit. 100% chance. Success.
Now you spent so much less.
Mm-hmm.
You're terrible for the temple.
Yeah. Now this place
ambition
isn't.
was wealth.
Yep. Yeah. Sure. Let's recruit someone. We gained 1 crew.
Gotcha. She says, ain't Port Avon nice?
It is. I like Port Avon.
Yeah, it's easily one of the least unpleasant places in the sky.
Mm-hmm.
Only trouble is the locals kind of get tired of it after a while.
I don't need to excavate souls. I can take in a vision of the heavens, or just lose some terror because taking in the vision was obstructed by.
Yeah, I saw that the
artist.
Frostleaf had something to do with that.
Yeah,
Pretty sure respect for arts for doing it.
it gave me 100%.
Okay. Yeah, being partial success is all you get. That's all you get.
A little more. There we go.
Appreciate it, I'm out of space.
Spider. Apple.
Tags the legs.
Apple spider.
Yeah, what's going on? We're still there.
Oh yeah. Bombazine still.
Your
Souls of
hold's
fuel.
full.
Yes, it is.
Why is it full? Hours.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's make for New Winchester.
We've got business bees and big flower and cities. We don't have room for it. To the bank!
Ooh. I do not, but it's
Oh, it's not easy.
yeah. I misheard that as, do you have the Camry on board?
No, it's in the garage.
Yes, it is. Search the abandoned homestead. Perhaps they left something behind. Success. Damn it.
Bougie blocks.
I guess I can dump a fuel. It's the cheapest option.
Yeah, something we